I guess we're good at this. We're so good at this.
Yeah, I don't think I can do this without calls.
Yeah, I'll try. I was like, outside, inside. What does outside, inside mean? What? That makes no sense.
I can also try. I don't know if it would help having two people, but...
Oh, go for it. I just got really confused right there. I was like, outside, outside? What does outside, outside mean?
I saw you running around down south, and I'm like, oh my god, what do I have for him? Can I reach him? Like... And then I saw other people out of place, and I'm like, no.
It's like 3 people got hit.
Coming in, Endwalker. Tanks get rescue.
I've got people talking in my ear, so my apologies if that causes a problem. But I'll at least try to do the tether callouts. Tam?
What's up?
You were not ready?
Oh, I thought I hit ready. Damn.
Red. Inside corner. Red. What is happening?
Didn't make it north in time.
Back. Armpits and stack. Stack.
Oh, right.
East west. inside the corners. Careful with the position.
What?
Or our beam's going. It was that one.
Yep. I found it. Let's see.
Back. Armpits and stack. So no, he got some.
Oops. Oops.
一応その提案したカードがその非のスライドにあります。そのつもりです。それはそのファーストパスです。
Definitely needs a translator.
Sorry, I can't simultaneously mute one program and unmute the other.
I'm impressed.
はい、これはスター進化クリーチャーなので、スーパーアーマーではないです。そう、前に聞きましたが、どっちの方が、両方がスーパースーツとかだったら、 そのマスターカードが両方スーツだったら噛み合わないと言われましたが、もしそれが望ましいなら、それに書いても別に私たちは構わないです。Red. Armpits. Red. Or not. Red. East, west, and spread.
I'm not gonna say that was entirely my fault, Solenta. But it probably was. But I don't think that's what caused our wipe, so I guess it's fine.
Solenta, if you were trying to say something, it did not come through, but I saw you light up in Discord, so.
Great. Okay. Well, I think I've.
Oh, I hear you now.
Yeah. No, hit that button again. Somehow. No, I was saying that's just only I was gonna die there. So.
Oh no, somebody walked in front of me, so.
We kept running the same direction, and I'm like, I'll stop, and then you also stopped, and then it was too late to adjust.
It's fine.
Armpits again. Stay. Red. East-west. Red.
Oh.
Inside corner. East-west. Side. East-west.
We get DPS tethers. About 4% shy.
Outside corners. Knockback. Outside corners. Take it.
Can. Actually, I'll LB when I get back up.
Use pots if you got them. We're gonna need them.
East-west, stored. Outside corners and spread. Gonna be east, west, and stack.
That feels bad.
Spread. Outside corners. そして、そのカードについてなんですけど、このカードタイプの、そのストーリー的には名前はどうかその永久的には使えるカードだったらいいなと思います。
That's not
Let's take a 1 minute break. I need to restock pots and stuff, and I think we need to shake those limbs. I'm gonna mute Discord for a second, just in case I need to talk in the meeting again.
I think Kuna needs to find some sunglasses.
It's definitely the third one, right? Definitely the third one. It was one DPS and one healer. Definitely the third one. Wait, no, it's the second one. Oh, I'm so dead.
How did Placeholder die in that last bowl?
I sure did.
I don't know how.
Absolutely.
Was your health low?
I don't know. I don't know why it would be.
I don't either. You were stacked with us.
I have never done anything different in that part of that fight, so I could not tell you why.
I guess the servers just looked at you and said, I'm going to cause problems on purpose for this one specific black mage.
I mean, that would imply that I hadn't been healed since, like, the very first Maleficium or something, right? Because there's no other raid damage after that. Or I guess after the Shiva explosions, like, I just hadn't been healed since then. Whatever.
I think it's a reprisal. There's no
I think
reprisal
we
on
were
this.
missing mitigation. I think that's what it was. Because you would have been in the bubble. Otherwise, you would have died to the Maleficium. And I healed afterward, which should have hit you.
Placeholder is at max HP.
I have no answers.
There's no reprisal on the boss though.
Oh.
Yep. It's our margin, one reprisal.
I figured if Placeholder died, you and I would also die, Kanata.
No, we have like 5,000 or 6,000 more HP.
Okay.
Is there a reason why your HP is so low, Placeholder?
we were in there so long, my food fell off.
No.
You gotta be kidding me. How did we wait for 40 minutes? No, this is not okay.
Oof.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Woof.
That's a big oof.
Wait, then your HP must be way higher than ours normally.
I mean, whatever a food gives. I'm at 530.
Oh, yeah, I'm still using a 510 crafted. Oops.
Have you not gotten your chest? We've killed him 8 times.
What? No, my chest is 5:30.
Oh, what did you say was 5:10?
Ring.
How have you not gotten another ring yet? What? How's that possible?
It's probably a crit ring, and he refuses to upgrade.
How is that possible? I never farmed homes, and I've had my ring.
I mean, I think I bought it. It's there. I don't know if I upgraded it or not.
Oh boy, Alberto.
I have plenty of pages to buy whatever it is, but it's just like, eh. Lose like 200 crit. Eh. Don't they have like 520 crafted now?
You can trade the crafting gear in for those tokens, and then you can get 520.
Yeah, I'll just pass on that.
Somehow, you have a connection that transcends even your hardware-based latency.
I mean, it transcends normal communication speeds. It's faster than light.
That'd be a neat trick.
I'm gonna pull this striking dummy.
Better get in there before he pulls it.
Sorry guys. I said that I was gonna get potions, and instead I spent the whole time talking to partners. Well, let me go get those potions. I don't want 99. I guess I'll take 33. Damn, they're cheap though. Holy cow. Definitely not worth making.
You will notice that I bought 2 stacks of 99. I was like, I'll take that price.
It's like literally half what it was 2 weeks ago.火についてなんですけど、プレイ的なパターンは、その一番低いコストの進化を持つ文明で、一番低いコストのなんですか、その進化種とかなので、それはターン2、ターン3で高い怪物を出して、それでその走行的な発想です。はい、その1コストそのレイクを今はそのプレイテスト中なので、出したら多分火だと思います。Sorry about that. Back. That's north-south. Okay. 英語でお願いします。お疲れ様でした。失礼します。I'm out. Armpits. North south. On the 3 side. North south. Fuck my life. Outside corners. You're just gonna need to do this from your normal direction. Knock back. Outside corners. Right, provoked. East-west, stocked. Stack or spread. Inside corners and spread. East, west, and stack.
やっと思い出した。私はガイア。アログリフの座につきし者。世界の真の闇を取り戻す者。闇の目をつむる神のこと。いにしえの魔力よ。
Back. Look away in 3, 2, 1. First epoch. Get to your clock positions. Versus puddles, then it's ice. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ice and wind. And then flares and all that other jazz. Look away. Epoch. Go to B. Yeah, the middle. Get into the middle. Get on the back. Spirit Taker. I'm cool. Where's the rest of the people over here? Should be at 1. Oh, and my wind was in the wrong spot.
I'm so confused.
I'm like waiting for the rest of the friends to show up.
I'm very confused.
And someone went the wrong way.
This can't be right.
I went the wrong way.
No.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We were so dead. On a scale from 1 to nope. That was an oof.
I think I went to the wrong side. What? No, I'm just confused. I don't even know if it did right. But there's only one eye on this side. 3 is cool. I don't know what side did I go on?
Wait, what happened?
Don't ask. Scholar things.
It's just like, it's fine, everything's fine. Oh, there goes everyone's shield, and then the hit hits, and you're just like, just like 1 second. Like
Well, don't put it up so early.
But the
I mean,
crit.
But the crit.
You're putting it on. Okay, so 2 questions. First off, you're putting it on me, right?
Nah, sometimes. If there's 7 seconds.
Second question is when. Well, if not me, then Ty Lee.
No,
You're not doing it on a don't do it on a fucking random DPS, because they'll die if theirs is the only one that falls off. But like, I can survive without a shield, probably.
Oh no, it doesn't reset the duration. It uses the same duration.
Well, then just don't do it early. Stop doing it before. Like, if it is too early, then it doesn't matter if you got a crit or not.
Almost fine. If we pulled early, we would have been fine.
Wow. All right.
Well,
That's the solution.
always pull early, right?
I always pull at
Sounds like it's your fault, Karen.
exactly the same time.
I thought 7 seconds. I guess I.
Red. A short on tanks. Around. It's an A. Lock positions. First is flares and eyes. And 5, 4, 3. Now it is puddles, and then ice and wind. And look at your marker. Double APOC. Set D. Don't be in the middle. Get into the middle. Get on the booty. Here, take her. Look for the warm or cool colors. Check for the wind swaps, or whatever swaps. It is at oh, I'm over here. Oh. Look away. Triple APOC, look for the line. It's going towards A. 1D. Well, that was not so bad on that poll. Despite the fact that I tried to deliberately kill us.
Are we still rolling greed or can we leave now?
Has anyone rolled yet?
I mean, yes, but
Okay, what did you roll on?
I rolled on the chest and I rolled a 26, so I was not going to win it anyway.
Alright, well, if you want to roll need, we can roll need now on the chest if you are going to use it on an alt class or whatever. I would be willing to pass these daggers to Tyleet since he plays ninja, but if you don't
I got them last week.
Oh, well, in that case, if you really want to, then we can roll on those daggers, and everyone can roll on the weapon coffer. And I guess we'll do it one more week at the very least for the title, but if people want to continue to farm it for weapons,
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
I am literally 3 spell speed away from a break point. 3 spell speed.
Time to build spell speed.
Is it for 3? Maybe I just need to like get rid of this ring and use the 520 ring, although that's almost certainly incorrect. I'm just gonna check the balance.
A weekly lockout, right? So we can still post it.
Are you talking about our raid logs?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, we can still post it even after the weekly lockout, but yeah, there's one of the gear sets is double tombstone rings.
I'm gonna burn my hands on that parse. The double? The dream?
Nice.
I'm happy for you. Well, I'm glad we're better than those people.
Yeah, there were like 4 damage downs in that round.
Bots are better than those people.
134.
At least bots push their buttons, right? That's the one thing they're good at.
Do they?
Bots?
I mean, they push their buttons, but do they push their buttons in a good way?
As long as you are hitting every GCD, you will do better than those people.
What if you're like severely outgeared and you only push like your
All right, Mr. What If. Let's engineer a scenario where that's not true. Fine.
I wonder if that's about how much if someone just used their like 150 default potency attack on cooldown.
Well, I saw something where it was like someone was actually just doing nothing but fire 1.
Yeah.
And they did more DPS than some people that spent more time just running around.
Or ice mages. Ice mages are a thing.
Yeah, they're a thing.
Ice mages are not that bad. Sure, they do like a third of the DPS of a normal person, but probably not as bad as this. Oh, maybe this with weakness the whole time.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing is if you spend a third of the time dead and the rest of the time with brink of death, then your DPS is going to be worse than a bot well, let's not say a bot. Let's say a trust. You know, because at least the trusts dodge the AoEs.
The trust can teach you the mechanics if you don't know them. You
Oh.
just follow your trusts. You just follow the little NPCs around. You're like, yay.
Oh, you guys used the knot for your new website?
Yeah.
I just got the invitation.
Oh.
I have not
Blame your
gotten the
local
invitation.
postal person. I don't want to say mailman. It's not accurate.
Oh, it was a mailed invitation. Well, I might have gotten it. I have not checked the mail in like maybe 5 days.
That's mood. I get it.
It was a 4-day weekend. What? Blame me.
No, I get it.
5 days. Bro, sometimes I go like 3 weeks.
I mean, growing up, when you see your parents and stuff opening ledge, it's exciting. But then when you become an adult, you realize it's 98% junk mail, and you just don't want to have that extra paper in your house.
And the stuff that isn't junk mail are people demanding money from you.
Yep, exactly. It's like, why would I ever check the mail?
Well, I mean, I have all that stuff, right, to automatically pay, so like, it's not like I need to do something when they tell me that I owe them money. If I owe you money, and it's not set up to auto pay, I probably don't really owe you money.
Yeah, that's true for everything except for my utilities because their website is so bad that in order to get autopay, you have to print out an application on paper so that you don't have to use their website anymore.
That is not the Black Mage answer.
Also,
hang on.
There's a trash can right by my mail, because it's a shared mail thing, so that junk mail doesn't go anywhere.
More like incinerator.
Alright, whenever Tam's back, we can hop in.
I think one time I didn't check the mail for like 6 months, and my mailbox overflowed. So they put my mail in the bulk mail and gave me the key, and just left the key in my mailbox for a couple months.
Were you like studying abroad or something?
No, I just didn't. The mailroom was inconvenient to get to, so I just didn't bother
If
to
you
go to it.
if you don't go for 6 months, usually they assume that you just moved out.
Then they should stop sending me something. Like, why would anyone mail you anything these days?
Well, it's like we said, they're either trying to get your money or they think they owe you that you owe them money.
Yeah, so I'll just let it sit there for however long. Who cares, right? Turns out my like auto policy was in there, but whatever.
Don't you get a new card like every 6 months?
Yeah, I should have probably did check that at some point.
Is this you haven't checked your mail in 6 months the current timeline?
No, I actually get real mail now, which is really sad. So I actually have to check it. It's just like not feel good. For certain applications, unfortunately, the US Postal Service is still legit.
I mean, we use the U.S. Postal Service a lot for mailing copies of Danmaku.
Yeah, but on the receiving end, do you receive any real mail? Or do you expect to receive any real mail?
I feel like shipping is different than mail. It's not
only when I order magic cards online. Oh no, my headset's beeping at me. That means it's probably going to disconnect in like 30 seconds.
Time to swap batteries.
It's not a real thing.
Oh, you don't have swappable batteries.
Time to plug it in.
More like time to plug in this USB mini.
There you go.
But then
Alright.
don't you lose like noise canceling? I guess better than...
This headset does not have noise canceling to begin with.
Oh, okay. Wait, then what's the power? Oh, because they're wireless. Durr. I'm totally focused today.
Alright. But yes, I am more familiar with the Knot website than I was like 2 weeks ago because some girl who was on The Bachelor for like 2 seasons got married here in Sarasota, and her sort of combined bachelorette party, my company did some audio stuff for, because the website was paying for everything.
It's nice.
Yeah. What was funny was she was like, "Oh, I want this and this and this," and we gave her a quote, and we gave her a fairly good discount because the hotel where she was having it at is a location where we don't have the profit share. So we're like, we can give you a price break. It's a wedding, cool, even if it is a celebrity wedding. And then she's like, "Oh yeah, I don't have the budget for that." And we're like, "What is your budget?" And she tells us, we're like, you can get a 2-speaker sound system with a soundboard and a microphone. And if you bring your aux cable, we'll put on music for you. I mean, they're still pretty damn good speakers, but she wanted like 2 rolling monitors and like lighting. And
Alright, how much would it cost to do a full treatment, let's say, let's just say like a dance, or like a wedding ceremony kind of thing, not a ceremony, a reception with a DJ, and then people to set up and tear it down and bring you, like, y'all provide the music.
Okay, so you don't want us to provide the music because our provided music service is hot garbage. It was dead on arrival. Don't use PSAV or Encore Music. Because you'll find it under both names. And we don't do DJ. So you would have to get your own DJ. But if said DJ wanted to use our equipment, which would be better than their own in many cases, it depends whether you want self-powered or you want amp-powered, and how big of a ceremony you want.
Like, those convention center halls where they like have the walls that fold in?
Air walls, yeah.
Like, just imagine like all those are folded in and you're just taking up the whole thing.
Yeah, okay.
It's 100 foot wide room in each dimension.
100 foot by 100 foot? Okay, so... I mean, honestly, I could do that with 4 speakers. I have a 150 foot by about 60 foot ballroom that I've done that with. Technically 6 speakers because I used amps on it. But you'd be looking at somewhere in the range of $400 for the mains, and probably somewhere in the 300 to 400 range for the subs. If you went with that, this is rack rate, by the way. Your soundboard.
Just I'm not looking to actually solve this. I'm just looking for like what would be a reasonable ballpark figure for the final sticker price for that event.
For the final sticker price? Okay, let me think here. grand. You want lighting in that too?
Sure. Whatever it is, the business that you work for provides.
Okay. Somewhere in the, if you don't need separate draping, somewhere in the $2,000 range before labor. Labor, you're looking at whether or not the director of that location does minimums or not. And then if they do, you're looking at somewhere in the $800 range for labor.
So what was the final sticker price including labor?
About $3,000 with tax, depending on which state you're in.
For one night?
One night. But that's like 30 LED lights all DMX together to a lighting board and fairly good speaker setup, microphone, good soundboard.
That doesn't sound like if I were a TV show or, doing a thing related to a TV show, that would seem like chump change.
It should. It really should. But for some reason, but what her thing would have come out to that she wanted, that this lady wanted, she would have spent about maybe $2,000 because she was just lighting up an area around a pool.
She might have spent. Maybe they gave her a total and she spent it elsewhere.
It's like, but we've
Very well.
already allocated $1,500 to booze.
She clearly allocated a whole bunch of money to this wall of light up metal letters that she spelled out her fiance and hers last names and like some other stuff about it being their wedding.
Right, like that.
So yeah. But she wanted like 2 rolling monitors to put like a slideshow type thing on, and then the audio, and then the microphone, and some, like I said, some lighting. And we only probably would have done the lighting in one part because they kind of have this wall of like metal wire all like woven together as like kind of just this interesting texture looking thing on one of the walls next to the pool. But every other wall we couldn't have lit up really because we would have been shining bright lights into people's hotel rooms. And from what I heard after the event, the other guests were already pissed enough at how loud it was with her announcements and her general event anyway. So, but yeah, in general, it wouldn't be too terrible if you really think about going all out with that sort of stuff and really trying. And that's rack rate, by the way, depending on where you do it. And in general, you can usually get a discount to some degree. Because if it's...
Ollie's still offline.
Oh, like...
Well, there we go. But yeah, if it's a partnered hotel, they almost all have it in their contract that they can just give you a 10% discount. And then, depending on stuff, we'll usually give another 10. And that's just at the start.
Oh, I guess I'll take this opportunity to check my mobile games.
Or maybe to start talking about stuff.
Is not well.
I mean, we talked about it with Oli a little bit on Friday, so we kind of know where she is. But
Yeah, we need to decide what our plan is for both static and savage and ultimate content, particularly when it comes to the next expansion. So, like, what the system-ish kind of thing that we have been using for a total of 1 raid tier now, is the question is like, are people happy with this system that might end you up on classes that you don't want to play but are willing to for the sake of the raid? And are you okay with the fact that we are going to be making what is objectively like some sub-optimal parties, but we expect that we're all kind of good enough individually that we can muddle through even if we're not on our best classes and we're not like optimizing for the highest DPS slash best performance in terms of like who's on the kind of role that they're comfortable with and that can execute well.
Especially for Savage. Like, that should not be that much of a problem.
Because there's
How
a
about
couple
Ultimate,
of...
though?
Well, Ultimate is a separate discussion. So for Savage, there are, as for what to do for next raid tier, there are a couple of things that have been discussed. I don't know if Solenta still has the rubric that was created for the last time, but you know, we have observed an artifact of that, which is basically it turns into like a snake draft, because the people who end up getting their first pick end up going last the next time, and then it like there's just like 3 or 4 people who end up rotating roles as a result of that.
Doesn't it basically end up where, like, the people who wanted to be melee DPS have to be tanks, and the people who are tanks end up being, well, DPS of some sort?
Likely, yes. Based off of the way people are voting.
Right, because there's
It's casters.
not only is it less demand for healers, the people who are willing / want to play healers are pretty much set, and so like no one is really fighting Kanata for that slot.
I
And
would take it if I had to choose between that and tanking. I would take his spot. Just to force him to play something else. But I would definitely choose like healer above tanking. But like I actually think that casters would probably be the ones swapping with tanks more often.
yeah,
But
because
yeah.
well,
We have 2 casters, right?
we could have 2 casters,
We could have 2
but
melee.
that currently we have 2 melee.
Wait.
But the point is, like, whoever ends up tanking usually ends up getting first pick, and then that, by the trickle down process, means that the people who are DPSing, and usually the same deep people, will have to end up tanking, and then it'll just flip flop each raid tier.
Which is, I want to be clear, that was kind of not intentionally, that wasn't the strategy, but it was like that was certainly the result of all of the reasons why it was built that way, which is the people with the most competitive roles have to swap. Basically, that was the goal. So,
And the corollary to that is the least desired role moves around every tier.
Yep.
So one option is to continue that. Another option that has been proposed is if people are going to end up playing roles that they don't want to anyway, and we think that we can clear on any role anyway, we could just throw our hat to the wind and actually do a not even a lottery, like a full randomization. Like, you don't get to pick what you're going to play. Like, maybe you get to pick within a role, but you don't, like, it's almost more fun if you don't even get to pick that, where it's like, no, it turns out that you rolled healer, but you rolled Astro, so you have to play Astro.
I feel like that's not gonna
That's
go
not
well.
gonna fly.
But the thing is, it is, at very least, the most fair, because everyone is equally inconvenienced, and it is wholly a matter of luck whether you end up with the job that you want to play or not, or a job that you feel comfortable playing going in. It does require that everyone feels at least capable of performing any role and willing to take one for the fun of the experiment.
The problem is some setups just don't really work.
I mean, by that theory, we wouldn't have placeholder on Black Mage and T.
This is,
doesn't
once again,
affect-
this is not about ultimates. This is about Savage.
Like, yeah, but I'm just saying, as far as I'm not saying don't come on Black Mage T. I'm saying that's just like one of those things where it's like if we really were going for like the optimal group.
Yeah. We'll talk about that later, probably. So let's
We
just
should.
deal with Savage now.
So, and then the other end of the spectrum is choosing sort of marginal utility slash optimal distribution of our skills for Savage, which is going to be more of a merit-based, performance-based, results-based decision. And in this scenario, people would need to be willing to play what they think what the
Well,
group
hold on.
decides is the best.
Let's talk about that later. But yes, I think we should
that's
operate
an
off the
option.
assumption.
That is an option for Savage as well.
I guess that's true.
So of that spectrum, where one spectrum is like, let's inconvenience people as little as possible, and people have the most choice as possible, but we end up with this sort of like, everyone has to be on tank duty at least one out of every 3 raid tiers, maybe one out of every 2 raid tiers. On one hand, and on the other hand is, we're either doing it completely random, so no one gets to pick, or we're doing it in a completely merit-based way.
Shall we put it to a Discord vote?
Sure. Let me throw something up in static. Boy, I wish I had a Discord bot or something like that to put up these results so that I could take them down. To Konada, do you have like some alt Discord account or something? Well, no, I can't because I would need someone to take each of them. I would need at least one vote for each of these. But then it will be registering my vote for something that I'm not necessarily voting for.
Right, but if that only has one vote, then it's probably not going to win. Oh, unless the second one might be more problematic, because then you could... yeah. I mean, we could just, like, make a Discord account real quick. Actually, no, then we can't sign into it, because...
Just make a Google Doc.
Yeah. Or... like,
It's
last
assigned
time...
to subtract one from all of them.
Well, then what does Carrot vote for? Well, I guess you can add it himself.
Can he not?
I have already reacted to each of these things. Or I could just take it off and y'all can find the emote. And you can vote for more than one if you want. And please vote, and then please react when you're done voting to the last thing so that I can tell when people are mostly done. Tyleet.
Yes.
Would you please vote and then check when you're done? Tam as well.
I'm still thinking if I want to react to some things. Sorry.
No worries. Just wanted to make sure that we're still on topic.
444. That's actually really surprising.
So the 3 and the 2 are switched around in the do not wants. In case people can't see that, because it's not... I didn't notice it.
I guess we're just waiting on Midori. Okay. So it looks like 5 minus 2, 4 minus 3, or 4 minus 1, and 4 minus 3. So it seems like the merit-based system is right out. So we're down to either the current system or the wacky system. So I guess let's just do instant runoff. Just react with anything. Any emote react, current system or wacky system.
People are spending longer looking for reactions than they are voting.
You got me.
So, wanted a Space Invader.
Frowning? What frowning?
Kitty.
Why am I frowning? Well, I'm not a huge fan of the current system, but it's, I think,
It's a
I mean,
democracy.
it's the way it works.
We're going to be voted off, placeholder.
Well then that said, can we discuss what we're doing in the next expansion so people can level what they need to?
Well, we've decided that we're on some variation of the current system. That doesn't mean we have to go with the same one. That's the next thing to discuss, I guess.
Alright.
So I'm trying to write down the rules that I had before, like actually write them out. It's because it took me a while to explain it last time because I didn't write them out last time beforehand because I was not expecting to discuss it then.
Fair.
I don't have nitro, so I can't use the Lahi reaction in my FC's Discord.
If it's gray, does that mean you can't use it?
Yes, because it belongs to a different server, and you can't use a different server's icon,
Unless you pay some money.
or
The
unless,
Nitro.
or unless the owner adds it themselves to the server.
I have so many.
Oh yeah, so anyway, I was reacting to that. Like, part of it is that I'm like everyone else. I'm incentivized to go with the current system since I'm first on the, like, whatever pick list. But, you know, over the long term, I don't know if the wacky system would be better or worse. Also, having another 4-4 split on the votes would be pretty sad. Well, at least I didn't end up with my last choice.
I'm not going to write everything out, but basically, if you look on the rules tab, you can. I named it the Desirability Role-Oriented Draft. So basically, the idea was that there were 8 slots: main tank, off tank, regen healer, or dot healer, shield healer, melee, ranged, caster, and flex DPS. Now, I believe that when we did this, there was a rule that we had to have a melee. That changed, right? Like, do we still get bonuses from each different role?
You need 1 physical melee DPS, 1 ranged physical DPS,
Okay.
and 1 caster, and then there is still a flex
Okay.
slot.
Okay. I couldn't remember if there was some.
And then you need is 1 tank, 1 healer, and then the 3 DPS types for the full 5% bonus.
Okay, so we do still need our melee, ranged, and caster. And basically the idea is that once all slots in a role have been filled, all members of the role are placed together at the end of the line for next time in reverse order from the order that they filled up. And so the flex DPS slot would only be, you can only pick that if you're like, so if somebody picks caster and then the next person picks caster, that's fine. The second person is just picking the flex DPS slot, but you can't pick it before the other 3 are filled, or before at least one of the other 3 is filled. Because the idea is that if somebody picked caster, well, there's a lot of reasons why I did it this way, but, and this not always perfect, but like, if the person who got picked caster first, well, I guess this was kind of the hardest part, but that's what I chose. So I guess if we want to tweak something, that's probably the thing people would most likely want to tweak. But so basically, what this means is last time we filled up 2 DPS slots, and then the healers filled up. So the healers went to the back of the line, and you can see our previous choice and the assumed next order on sheet 2. Except that I actually screwed it up the first time because I was doing it live. I forgot that the healers actually filled up first. And I think we did a ranked choice voting, right? So that people weren't...
Well, you see the form responses, you can see what the choices are. First choice, second choice, third choice, fourth choice, last choice. So it is a preferential stack rank voting method.
Also, I don't recall us picking off tank or main tank originally.
No, we didn't. We just picked tank. And
Well, I think tank was picked for you.
Well, no,
Sorry.
I mean like between the 2 people in tanks, we didn't pick who was the off tank and who was the main tank.
Correct.
It was whatever based on what people decide to level or what have you.
I think that was intentionally just the first time, though. Because we hadn't done it before. This was what
I'll go ahead and admit it. Like, I just assumed that I was going to be main tanking. Like, we knew who the 2 tanks were.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I guess I'll just main tank. There was no particular rhyme or reason for it.
Can I change my role choice
Form
responses?
response? I know, I was like, I don't know why I wrote that. I hate playing melee.
I mean, you can't change it for last time, but you can change it for next time.
Should we just start another row below it?
No, this was you can't actually edit that. That is that's the result of a Google form. That's why it has the funky thing. So
also the other, like I said, I don't think that part's actually necessary.
Yeah, it probably isn't.
Well, now that we have generated an order for picking roles, we can actually just go down the list and pick our roles,
I have a question
assuming
though.
okay.
What can you volunteer as tribute or like you know what I mean?
I specifically designed this to avoid people doing that.
Okay.
S-
So
So if you want to game the system, it would be basically to not fill up a role, right? Like that would be the way that you could like game the system by playing a role that you're kind of meh on, but you don't want to be last next time.
Well, I mean, I think it would be acceptable for people to vote to go last.
Mhm.
And then everyone who voted to go last would get to go in, like, assuming more than one person voted for tribute, then they would get go in the order, whatever their current preferential order is. So, or reverse preferential order. So if Midori is the first person and she picks tribute, then she will definitely get first pick next time, because that will reverse the order, and then anyone else would fill in the reverse order. But you know, if you do that, then you have to be aware that you could just end up with literally anything, and it's probably not a DPS.
right, I was just asking. It's probably tank, I assume.
Or healer.
Well, if you're 7 or 8, I don't think volunteering for tribute really makes sense.
Well, I mean, it might be full, is really the thing. There might not be anything left.
Well, yeah, so then...
And
but then you
yeah,
would get first pick anyway, so... Yeah, if you were 7 or 8, you pretty much get first or second pick anyway. Right? Well, you could, in theory, get, like, 6th.
all right.
That
So
doesn't make
anyway,
sense.
do people? So this was the thing I was going to say is, given the announcements, do people know what class they think they want to play next expansion, and are we willing to? Do we have to lock this in now, or do we need to have sort of like, this is what I think I'm going to play, but if it turns out it sucks, then I might end up playing something else, right? That's really the question.
I think
So
we should
that-
set the role, but not the exact class, necessarily.
Well, that's kind of the idea, right? As unlike theoretically some things that were thrown out where we literally are just like you're playing Dragoon this time. Like at least you have like a slot, right? You can move within the slot and nobody else has to care really what you're playing.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine.
Well, and you can have two of the same job if the flex and one in a slot pick the same job. There's no penalty for it.
You're right. Hypothetically, we could have 2 samurais.
3 black mages.
No, we cannot have 3 black
You
mages
can only have 2 black mages.
because we need to have at
I
least
know.
one dex class.
That would be awful. 3 black mages.
Why don't we do
No
4
one
black
wants to
mages?
move.
4 healers, like
No one wants to move.
So,
Oh,
do we
all
want
right.
to do that now? Let's do it. Carrot, what do you want to play?
Well, I mean, based off of what I know
Gee, I
of
wonder.
the classes that have come out, I'm still gonna play Summoner, unless they fuck Summoner up and make it really shitty. That's what I'm gonna play.
I've got some sour news for you, my guy.
I was gonna say when would we lock that in though?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was asking.
Well, would you be if Summoner like pooped its pants? Would you be okay going Black Mage?
Like what if he wants to
I
play
mean,
Reaper instead?
Or red
I mean-
mage.
Or yeah, or Red Mage, right? Or any caster.
I'm not gonna play Red Mage. Why would you guys even ask that?
If Summoner shits real hard, I might consider Red Mage, but no. I almost certainly will play a caster at this point, because I do not like melee DPS. Given the choice, I would play melee DPS over many things, but I would prefer caster over that. Also, stop trying to insinuate that they're gonna fuck up summoner. It's gonna be great. They're gonna leave the rotation alone, and give us AoE during Bahamut phase, and that's perfect.
So, current rumors are it's getting reworked again.
But that doesn't mean it's gonna be worse.
Okay, that's fair.
Maybe they'll give you your pets back. Like,
No, I do
Oh.
not want. If anything, they need to be like less pet-ish. Like when I hit the Bahamut button and I'm like in Kindle and it's like, hang on a second, dog, let me slow RP walk for 15 seconds and then shoot the death flare.
Maybe
would
they'll
be
make
odd.
it so it's like FFT summoner. They're just spells.
They're just very wide AoE spells that don't hit your allies.
Didn't Carbuncle hit your allies?
Or
Well,
do
the
hit your
ben-
allies.
The beneficial, you can have all of your people standing in them because the good ones hit your allies and the bad ones hit the enemies.
Maybe
As
they'll
opposed to
rework.
like Blizzard 4 or whatever, which just like nukes everybody.
Maybe they'll rework Samurai to have blade releases.
All right, so theoretical next pick's Tylete. What would you pick next?
Melee. And will they fuck up Ninja again? I don't know.
Now, here's the thing that I'm like, how did Placeholder get third pick? Well, I mean, according to this,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Placeholder has
how am I
third pick.
third pick? I shouldn't say anything because it's a good spot, right? But that doesn't seem correct.
I was surprised too. at
The order
way
it filled
turned
up.
out. Yeah, it's right.
Was-
Alright.
Wasn't that because we didn't?
No,
I-
you want to know
I
what it was because?
healed
It's
one
because
tier.
for not even a whole tier, for like 3 raid bosses before someone came in and scooped his ass out of the fire, Placeholder played a healer.
He healed
Excuse you.
Titan.
We cleared Titan with me healing.
It was when his brother left once we cleared Titan, and then he took that DPS spot.
That is true.
But I technically got us through Titan, and it was a
It's-
shit show. Kanata will attest to that.
Is it more that you got us through Titan or that Kanata got us through Titan? Because I remember
was like
you
a
not knowing
90-10
Benediction
split.
was a thing.
Benediction.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, assuming that this is the system that we're still going with, what is your pick? Caster number 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's either that or tank. I'm not even sure, actually. Tanking sounds fun.
I don't even know you.
Not sure if trolling or for reals.
You just
I'm
want to
leveling.
play,
I'm leveling it now. Paladin.
you just want to play Paladin for that nuke rotation.
All right, I'll take the flex slot.
By doing that, does that mean placeholder gets last pick next?
I mean, I
Well,
think
we
all
don't know yet.
what I'm doing, right?
Oh, that's fair.
Okay, first of all, this is just if we're just spitballing right now, we're not committing to this. This is we're running through this to see if everybody really wants to object to this.
We're workshopping it.
Sure.
Midori is then next.
Uh,
Are you gonna pick ranged?
yes. That's like asking Kanata if he wants to play Scholar.
Then placeholder will actually probably be last next time. But anyway,
I mean, that's fine. I'll have tank ready to go.
Tam would then be next.
Between tank or healer, which would you prefer?
Sage is open, Tam. Grab it while you can.
No, right?
Wide open.
Just as an aside on this, is Ollie taking Neris's spot?
Yep.
Well,
get wrecked.
this is under the assumption that Ollie is inheriting Neris's first pick.
Yeah, I mean that is an assumption, but I'm not really sure how to resolve it. So
It's fine. It's fine. I assumed I would be healing again anyway.
So did you want Sage and you're like staring death eyes at Tam?
No, I know people don't like to heal, so it's fine.
Well, next
But
is
I will also
Solenta.
tank it. I will also tank if necessary.
I am
It'll be
seriously
a bad
debating
time for
being a healer.
everybody. Like, I will show up to raid and cause problems on purpose as a tank, but
We should tank together.
Oh
we should do it!
Okay,
Oh,
let's go partial wacky Midori and Ollie tank.
All right, Solenta. So now you get to choose tank or healer.
Sorry, what did Tam pick?
I didn't pick anything yet.
Okay.
Well,
That's
even if
stealing
Tam,
Kanata's job.
even if Tam doesn't pick anything, you can also basically pick together, right? Because even if Tam, well, I guess Tam has to specify which healer if he's picking healer.
I doubt he's taking healer. Maybe though.
I don't know, like... I sort of, kind of want to, just to challenge myself.
Tam, can I stop you there? Remember that discussion we had about none of us trusting you? I'm gonna reiterate that none of us trust you to heal.
If Tam wants to do it, I'm fine. Like, this is the system we picked. We just got done voting on this, and if this is the thing, then I'm going to change my vote from using the current system to the wacky system, because clearly this is just a shit show.
It's not like Savage is not that difficult. 90% of the time, you're pushing Dia, Broil, Glare. Like, you don't do much in Savage. The only thing you need to do is you need to be able to switch targets for every GCD for like 30 seconds. And push off globals.
Yeah, you need to be able to target people in the party list, a different person every GCD.
You need to target 2 people every GCD. You need to be able to hit the boss with 1 GCD, target another player with a heal, and then be ready with your second GCD on either another target or a boss. Like, mechanically, that is the maximum you would ever need to do.
Alright, I have a question for you. As a healer, or even, I don't know if regular DPS casters could do this, but can you target something? Start casting, then switch targets.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, but it won't do much.
No,
it will do exactly what I want it to do.
You can, as long as you start your cast, it will land on who you were targeting when you started the cast. So then you can pre-change targets to whoever you need to target next.
Okay. Then that's pretty simple, because how many are there usually like less abilities that are required for healing?
Nope. White Mage has one of the most buttons now.
Are there more than 30 abilities that you need to use?
There's fewer
No.
than fewer. So you have. Let me just count my bars real quick.
Glare.
How many
Glare.
hotbar spots do you have?
For me, I have a full hotbar filled up because I play on controller, and so I have a full hotbar and then like a portion of the second one filled up, and that includes like pots and roll actions minus rescue.
I have 22.
27 on White Mage, including Surecast and Lucid.
32 on Scholar.
Scholar's a lot more buttons than I remember.
Astro has the most. If you go, like, my only recommendation would be to not go Astro. Because there's just too many buttons.
Astro has fewer than White Mage. I'm looking
Wow.
at it now.
I have
Wow.
35
Fewer
on Ninja.
but you're still pushing more buttons because especially the opener, you have to juggle like these 3 buttons over and over, just because the card buttons are like doing double duty.
That's fair. That opener is nearly impossible on controller.
Because you have to like pre-draw and then wait until before the pull, and then you, as soon as the fight starts, give out a card, draw, potentially redraw until you get a different thing, give it to someone, and sleeve draw and give it to the third person so that you can have divination up in the first 6 seconds of the fight.
No, I was just wondering if I could, since I play the most weird out of everybody here
Yes, with no mouse.
with no mouse, so I'm not going to be click targeting anybody.
But you can F target, right? You can always use F1 through F8 to target party members.
Yes, I don't think I've changed those, but I would probably use hotbar slots to target people,
What do you mean?
to either target certain people or
I definitely do not have my hotkeys by the default. I ended up switching HUD layouts, and I'm like, oh no, what did I just do?
I do know of, astrologians that have hotkeys set up so that they don't even have to target players necessarily to play their cards.
Oh yeah,
They
it's
just
like,
draw a card and they're like, oh, I know I want to put this on the 4th DPS slot, which happens to be the melee. So they just press that button and it goes on them.
Right. Like a ranged card.
Yeah. Yes, put a ranged card on a melee player.
Okay, well, I don't think that we need to commit to whatever we're talking about right now. Right now.
Yeah.
So, Tam, you're thinking about it, right?
I am seriously thinking about doing healing.
Well, I'm going to let you know that if you don't pick Shield Healer, I'm going to. And if you do, I'm going to pick Dot Healer.
okay, so basically, Pam gets to decide whether Kanata tanks or not.
Well,
Going out of it now, tanking.
I don't mind tanking. I'm leveling Paladin. It's 76. It's getting there. 75, 75. It's getting there.
Is that
Like-
because you still need to have some sort of heal?
There's gonna be so much clemency. It's gonna be like, oh shit, clemency. Ah!
Clemency. No, it's because I don't have any other tank and I don't want to level another tank.
Okay, I will choose tank.
Oleander's always going back to the wacky system. Alright, so Tam's tank. Alright, and Solenta, you said you wanted to play shield healer?
Yep.
Alright. So Kanata, your choices are tank or white mage. Or Astro. You could
Or
play
Astro.
Astro. Play Astro.
Actually give Astro another shot.
Oh, that's a way to guarantee that it's gonna be shit. Every time he's like,
It can't be worse than what it is now, because right now is a really hot piece of garbage. So, like, I cannot honestly see how they could make it worse.
That's a bold challenge.
that's a challenge.
I mean,
Although, go ahead.
they took a huge dump on Scholar, and I tried to make it work, and it is still, at the end of the grade tier, still garbage.
Yeah, I thought that was your MO, is like, let's find the class that they dumped on, and then just stick to it.
Well, last time I changed because it was so bad it was literally unplayable.
And then they made it amazing.
Yeah.
By the end of Heaven's Ward, Astro was so good. It was, like, practically required.
Yeah, double Astro was like a legit comp. I was like, really? Okay, that's fine. I'll go Astro next patch. No, that was a mistake. They were like ping-ponging the Astro. And now it's just like, okay, well now since we're at like the literal lowest you can ever possibly get, hopefully they ping-pong the other way, even just a little bit.
I mean, it's about to get half its sect gutted out, right?
Well, yeah, we
Anymore.
we do not even know what Astro will look like at the end because they're gonna have to rework like 6 abilities, maybe 3 abilities.
Oh yeah. Well, also the card system is way less garbage than what it was before.
Well,
that's a matter of opinion.
From
It's-
playing it, like from a playing perspective, not from like a
It's like the people who liked to play Astro liked the fidgety fishing for balances, etc. And people who liked playing Dark Knight like to have a spammy tank, and they just like, no, these are going to be dumbed down, but it's still going to be fidgety opener, where you have to push 17 buttons in 10 seconds.
But like that was the Scholar opener in 2.4. Like you had to make your pet manually heal the tank because the first auto attack wouldn't hit the tank hard enough to trigger Aeos's heal. Like it was that level of like dumb.
Wouldn't even start healing until less than 80%.
Exactly. So it's like it's random garbage like that is not the biggest detractor from Astro. It's more like we have literally no idea what they're gonna do with the 4 healers.
No, we do know what they're going to do. We just don't know how they're going to change Astro to be not have any shielding.
Yeah, like if
Or
you
not
remove-
have any more shielding than White Mage has.
Right, like Celestial Intersection and Neutral Sect, and potentially like, well, I mean, obviously the entire Nocturnal Sect ability, like all that stuff's going away. But what is it replacing, or what's replacing it? So, are you going healer? Are you going to is Ollie tanking? That's the question.
Yeah, I guess I'll probably end up just going Astro.
All right, Solenta. So now we have the hypothetical results of if we continued with this system as is. Everything. What's the next step? Are people going to propose changes?
Yeah, I think so. It's being worked on currently. Something's not sitting right. Give us 5 minutes.
Fair enough. I mean, we're at this rate, we cannot go into tea, and there's going to be maintenance pretty soon. So I
Sure.
think as long as we get this, now's, I guess, perfect time to workshop this stuff. Or maybe not the perfect time, but now is a time, and it's better to do this than to do something else.
Yeah, my internet is still just dead, so
Oh no.
this is fine. Everything's fine.
So I know the thing you guys were saying is your biggest concern is that we just end up switching the same like 3 people. If we're really doing it based on desirability, it shouldn't just reverse the last time it was chosen. It should always be there should be a master list of desirable roles, which we did. That's why we had the survey, right? So melee came out as on top. Caster and healer were both tied for second. Ranged was third, and then nobody voted for tank. So like, so it should be based on how those roles get filled up. So melee is the most desirable role. So whoever chooses melee should always go last the next time.
Or if melee gets chosen as the flex slot, which
I don't know how to deal with the flex slot whatsoever. But
I mean, I also kind of think of, like you can do it as a 2-tiered thing, right? Where it's like DPS is more desirable than healing, which is more desirable than tanking. Apparently.
I mean, that's almost true. According to the survey that we took, healer is more desirable than playing bard.
But you could at least say, if you play any DPS, then you are down on the list from people who play the non-DPS roles. And then If you play tank, then you're at the top of the list. And then among the DPS, I mean, I don't think it's ever happened where it hasn't shaken out where we've filled one of each. But like, if we ever ended up where someone had to go Bard, then they would end up being higher on the list than someone who picked, or like Bard was my second choice or something like that, and then, and my first choice was taken, so I end up higher on the list than the person who chose, whatever was filled ahead of me, whatever my first choice was, that kind of thing.
I mean, there may be something I am fundamentally not understanding about the current system, so that is also a thing. But if it is based on desirability, it should be the most desired roles. Whoever gets the most desired role, like since we all voted, would always get to go last because they got the one that everybody basically wants. Versus the person who took the role that nobody wants, which is tank, they would always get to go first. And shouldn't just be reversing the order that we went in the last time.
Yeah, I think that is a correct observation.
I'm not sure I understand how it does that.
Well, so here's the follow-up question to you, Solenta, is let's assume that we do one more iteration based off of the things that we just chose. What would be the next time?
I just posted that a second ago.
Yeah, so Ollie would get first pick. And Tam would get second.
So yeah,
So that is based off of the desirability, and not just a reverse.
Right.
Well, it happened to work that way because tanks got picked last and healers got picked second to last.
I mean,
That's correct.
And I believe placeholder took the flex spot, so he's dead last, technically.
so we are splitting tanks and healers from the DPS?
No, it's
Yep.
because the tanks got picked actually last this time, so both of the two tanks get first pick next time.
Right. But what I'm saying is, ranged has less desirability than healer, so they would actually go after the tanks, according to the desirability.
You are not incorrect. That it is the poll that we originally did was based off of the 5 primary positions, whereas this method is based off of the 3 roles. Like, I would rather play ranged than a tank, but
So, as a point, are we going to change Neris's picks out for Ollie's picks to update the desirability?
well, that
Sure, we could do that too.
well, hold on, one thing at a time. So, is there any confusion about how it actually works? If we were to stick to what it exists. Not confusion as to why it's done that way, but how it actually works.
I think so, because I don't know why Carrot and Tylee are going before me with placeholder. Well, I get placeholder, but why they're going before me?
Oh, you're right. Actually, you should be before them.
Placeholder's last because he took the flex spot. That's what that is, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought it went like that because you retained your same role or something.
That would be, wouldn't that, if we didn't vote for the merit basis?
That is a thing that we could do, but that's not in the rules.
Yeah, if we do a new preferred choice thing, I would want to change mine to something else. I don't know if that would shake up this math at all.
Mine would.
Do we want to just do another quick form on the desirability, especially since, you know, one thing that could change this is the fact that now we have 4 healers and a new melee DPS that is going to be vying for that slot. So
there we go.
where I thought that melee was more desirable than casters.
I think that's what Oli is saying is her preferences.
No, I mean,
No, the thing that you posted, Tylete would be below me because
I mean,
the
we gotta do
melee
the
was
new
more
form. If we do a new
desirable.
form, maybe it'll be different. I don't know.
It could change, but according to the rules, you asked if we understood the rules. My understanding of the rules is that this is almost correct, except it would go Midori carrot Tylete placeholder because Tylete got the quote most desirable role.
Okay. According to the rules as I have written them down, the stated preferences of the group based off of roles have no bearing on this. The stated preference is not based off of people's stated preferences. It is supposed to be based off of people's expressed actual votes.
Well, then that just ends up being the order that we pick. It will end up being the reverse order because the person who picks first, whatever role they pick, is biased to appear to be the most desirable because it's the one that filled up first.
Generally going to be true.
No, and it's not even generally. That is literally what it's going to end up as. Whatever, because I'm the first pick, whatever role I pick, that's the first one that quote fills up.
That's what
Is that
happened
not
last
true?
time. That is not true.
Why is that not true?
Last time he was first. Even though people picked DPS slots first, healer is actually what filled up first, so they went last.
Then why do we have the preference form if it's not being utilized?
Okay, I will say this one more time. It has no bearing in any way, shape, or form at all, in any way, on actual rules, as stated. It was done for the first time because we hadn't done this before.
Well, I will reopen this for discussion. That should it be a factor that's considered in the rules?
I think that's the thing that stops us from just having a reverse order every time, basically.
It would have to be a completely different system then. Because, first of all, the one thing I didn't want to do is I didn't want people to say things that they didn't like. If you're not actually intending to get something, you could change what you state as your priority to try to game the system or something, right? Like, so that's a potential problem that is not a problem when you base off of what people actually pick, which is why I went with this way. But I don't know how it would work if we wanted to do it that way. I'm not against it. I just don't know what it would look like.
I mean, pretty much what you have written down here is almost exactly what it would look like, because we had identified a preference based off of our votes of what. Basically, it's applying the same rule system that we used for the first time for this time, right? Assuming the same priority of desirability.
So we're talking that instead of breaking it out into 3 roles, we break it out into 5, and otherwise it works the same. I mean, that could be a thing.
I mean, I assume that is like we can redo the preference quiz because I think people's preferences might have changed, but in general, yes, if that's actually the thing, unless people think that they prefer all DPS equally to tanks and healers. If people actually prefer DPS equally to tanks and healers, then we can reduce it to 3 roles. But then the question is, within the roles, is it just going to go reverse order every time?
Well, no, then you do another one really fast so within the DPS, right? You do melee caster arranged, and then that's how you change the order of the DPS each time.
I guess what I don't understand is what's actually if you break it up that much into melee, ranged, and whatever, but the tanks and healers are still going to be first picks next time, right?
Yeah, but Carrot wouldn't be last. I mean, he's not
Or
last here, but like,
placeholder. Yeah, whoever ends up in the dupe slot always gets last pick.
So what would the difference actually be then? Carrot would be above Tyleet, but otherwise the same?
yes, if we're doing
Yes.
it by roll.
To me, that doesn't sound like it's really a major change. I mean, we could do it, but
I'm
it's
just
not-
saying,
It's
like,
not, but
that-
it actually helps you every time know exactly what order, like instead of, I don't know.
And now, having gone through this process, does anyone want to change to the wacky system? I'm fine. I think that we've mostly hashed this out, but this is what the wacky system is trying to avoid, is this sort of picking of nits.
I don't have enough buttons on my controller for Dragoon, so if I got that, we'd be in some trouble.
Well, luckily that it's in pretty high demand, so I don't think you'll ever end up there.
No, I meant the
Unless
wacky system.
the wacky system.
Like,
No,
if we did
it's
the
like,
wacky system, I could be in some trouble, depending on the roll.
Well, it would always be a roll, right? So you could have Ninja, Dragoon, Samurai. One of those has got to be fewer buttons than the other.
That
Monk.
wasn't the wacky system
Monk?
was proposed.
No, the wacky
Monk.
system is first you get assigned a role, and then you get assigned a class within that role.
You should be able to pick your class in that role.
Oh, well, that's not what was proposed.
That doesn't
Not
seem very
wacky
wacky to
enough.
me.
If we had gone down that route, we would have voted on that too, right? Because we can pick different wacky systems.
Sure.
The idea of the truly wacky system, where you get zero choice, is that you can't resent what you end up playing.
Yeah, I can.
You totally.
Oh,
can.
you can, but at least it's equally fair. It's like if someone happened to land on the class that they wanted, well,
Yeah,
that's the roll of the dice.
Just because my opponent can get land fucked doesn't mean I like it when it happens to me.
Oh, you could be salty, but we picked the system, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So
Whatever, I voted for chaos.
to be clear, like one of the reasons I wanted to do this is because I did not feel like people were entirely certain how the system worked. So now people know, and they can make an informed decision. We could also go with some other, like, draft system.
Now accepting proposals for revisions.
Well, I mean, aside from Ollie's responses possibly changing it, how are you guys coming up with the preference?
The survey. that we all
The
took.
survey
Well,
in
no, but,
2020.
Well, no, but like, so for example, if we were to assign
Correct.
each tier, so first choice is worth 5 points, second is worth 4, 3 is worth 3, 4 is worth 2, last is worth 1 point. If you put that all up and you multiply all the responses and you add it up, it goes melee, ranged, caster, healer, tank.
Well, I did not actually check what Midori had, and we're probably going to have to redo the actual.
I think we have to
roll
redo it anyways, because you want to do it by roll, not by, well, I mean, like by roll. By the 3 rolls, not the 5. So then we'd have to do one with 3 rolls, and then we'd have to do another one with like each DPS and each, like, maybe shield healer is more desirable than dot healer. I don't know. So you'd have to do all of the above, because like Solenta said, he'd rather play a DPS than tank. So like, even if it was ranged DPS, but. I think it's a couple different surveys, or a survey within a survey within another survey.
We have to go deeper.
Surveyception.
All right.
We need more data.
All right. So here I'm going to do here's the next fun exercise for tonight, which is Ollie suggested we see what would happen if we did the wacky system. So I'm going to be creating an Amitakuji for the wacky system.
Can you make it like a gotcha instead? Because that's more topical for all of us.
No, because a gotcha is a single player thing.
More like the wheel of morality.
I would make this like super jank. Anyway, so continue to Solenta. Are you able to make a follow-up survey so that we can test our current preferences and also get Ollie involved?
I didn't actually make the first one, but yeah.
I thought this was your sheet. Who's the owner
Nope.
of this sheet? Is this mine? Please don't tell me this is mine.
It's yours.
Ugh.
That's awkward. Are you alright?
Let me find where this thing is. This preference survey. Should the survey be different? No, I tell you what. I'll
Yes,
leave it to you,
that's a
Solenta.
question.
You can make the survey. I'm doing this thing.
The form responses are auto-generated from a Google form, which I believe, Garrett, you named.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yay, internet's back. It's only like 9:23.
Console game.
I think you, in order to really be like, yeah. Well,
Vote for one.
Do the last one. At the very least, we can derive the others from that, right? We can always take the data from the last one and plug it into the earlier ones.
I think they have to be separate, but I guess.
Would it really?
Well, I mean, I think they have to be tank, healer, DPS, and then within each of those, you have to rank what you would want within those. But like,
Right, so that is suggesting that DPS as a tier is all the same, but then within DPS, ranged melee healer, or ranged caster, melee.
I think I would rather tank than melee DPS, but I'd rather DPS before I tank, so I don't.
So then you're voting for the second one. Is what you're saying, that is a better representation for you of preference. Second or third one.
I think the more data, the better. I will always think you can draw better conclusions with more information.
Now, gee, why would you think that?
I don't know. Don't know why I would have that opinion on things.
Gee, I wonder why. It sounds like you're in the industry or something. Weird.
Is that why you have so many things connected with bare copper wire in your lab?
Look, man, sometimes you gotta get the job done.
How many
See,
amps is
I
that
don't
drawing?
see what that has to do with data.
It was only 30 amps. Fine.
He's collecting data on how how many times he can almost kill himself with different machines.
Just 30 amps.
It's just 30 amps. You get bit. It's no big deal. It's whatever.
It's only like 3 vacuum cleaners. It's not that much power.
Oh no, it was a lot of power. It was 1,000 volt, 20 with 30 amps. Yeah, it was quite a bit of wattage actually.
Woof.
Yee. So this is down the pipe still, but I have an extreme interest in how we're going to pull off this merit-based system for Ultimate. I don't know what we're going to determine as merit and what isn't. That's going to be fun. Anyway, back to regular schedule program.
I mean, can't you just like go beat up a dummy?
I mean,
We'll
I think
discuss that later.
Let's not rabbit hole that. Yeah.
Sorry. Might be.
Because
If we do a merit-based system, like going off pure numbers alone will really screw things up. Like DPS numbers.
well, I also thought we were talking about
Well,
not just doing it as a supplemental thing after we finish Savage, but actually doing it on another night altogether. Which might already make people not want to do it.
I feel like we're going to spend like the entire raid night tomorrow discussing that. Which is probably fine, because it's probably important in the long run. I think if we can get this hashed out tonight, it'd be nice, though.
So 5 votes for more data.
Yeah, it looks like we get all the data.
Oh, no, I'm already filling it. I'm already done. I'm just trying
Alright.
to figure out how to send it.
And to Solenta's point, don't be assholes, guys. Don't like try to game the system. Just be honest with your votes, and it won't be an issue. That shouldn't be something we need to worry about, right?
Right?
It's like we should know each other well enough to know if someone's doing that and just call them out on it. So it should be fine.
Does that work? Does that work?
Yeah.
You get an actual quiz?
Yes.
Oh,
But it's
I'm really good at
anonymous.
quizzes.
The problem is it's anonymous.
God damn it.
You should, yeah.
That's fine.
Don't fill it out.
A spot to put your name.
Yeah, just put a name.
Nobody fill that out yet.
Okay.
Nobody fill that out yet. Let him go edit that and add a question, because otherwise there'll be some responses that are missing a question. And people should put their actual name, not something cute placeholder name. I had a hard time figuring out who that was. Could have been anyone. It was a placeholder name.
I mean, not your actual name, but your actual name.
You know, when I started this game, I couldn't think of a last name and it was mandatory. So I'll think of something later and I'll just change it. So I put placeholder and just never did it. I just never got more clever than placeholder. I guess that's the limit.
And now that's your name. That's how you're known.
Yep. I am the one that holds the places.
How about that one?
Aw, it's not my favorite color.
Wait, what? Why is that there?
I feel like if I answer any of these incorrectly, I'm going to be launched off of a bridge.
What?
Is that intentionally you have a favorite color question?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Random questions just pop up in surveys that you make?
I think that's like the default freeform
Oh.
question.
Does anybody else keep getting a pop-up that says file unavailable, or is it just me?
Are you signed in?
Ah.
Okay, I just want to point out, people keep saying dot healer, but it's a hot healer.
I was gonna say something too, but I figured they must know something I don't.
It's like, all healers have a dot.
Well, how are they going to heal you if you don't take any damage?
It's negative damage over time.
They need to dot you first, then they can haunt you.
Just be Oracle from Dota.
Alright, I don't know if... Yeah, that's fine.
How are these decisions made before these things? Is that why, like,
Somebody just decided things. That's what's happened.
I was gonna say, is that why is the DKP system existed?
Dragging kill points, right?
DKP
Yeah, so-
is for loot.
Well, you could use it for anything. The problem with this and DKP is that DKP assumes that you are having these events, like getting loot, frequently, and that it's frequently updated. Otherwise, like, the fact that this is a thing that we touch once every 3 months causes a lot of problems for DKP systems, which is like, you will very rarely accrue points.
Well, I'm
Now,
not
you can
saying
do
apply it. I just meant, is that how people decided stuff before?
Back in the day, yeah.
Just share.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
Like, I don't know how.
You had
No,
to, 'cause
actually-
in a raid of 40 people, when 3 things drop, you can't just roll on shit. Nothing would ever actually get
Yeah.
to where it needs to go, right?
for things like loot, DKP systems were invented to reduce argument, but the other more common system was actually just like the benevolent authoritarian system,
Which
and
is
benevolence in air quotes.
the thing is, it kind of worked in situations where, like, if someone was going to get their 5 or 8 piece set bonus, it would probably be better for the raid for them to get that over something else, right? So
Right, and
Master
things
kind of worked.
like we're gonna gear out the MT first, and like, how do we decide who gets to be the MT? It's like the raid leader decides.
Yeah,
like, you
if
are
it's
the
not
main
raid
tank.
leader already, then
It's like, you are the main tank, and you're going to be my off tank, and then you're going to be the DPS role, and you apply for a role and you fill that role, and there's none of this like shuffling, whatever.
people went so deep in that. I remember each class having its own officer who determined where the loot went and shit, and like a loot council system.
Oh yeah, loot council.
We've come so far.
Oh, but then again, you have 40 people, and it's like, all right, well, I have to decide how to gear up the druids.
Yeah.
Turns out the healing druids get all of their loot first. You know why? Because you need them to make the raid run.
Yeah, but the Boomkin, he's got to get some love.
Does he?
No.
There was a time you get the one boomkin for the raid buffs.
Was it like 3% crit or something? It was decent.
Did they actually add like a buff that made them worthwhile? Because I thought it was like.
Oh yeah, there was a
Brought
time
one.
where you had, I mean, because you had so many slots, you could actually bring realistically one of everything. It's like you had to have a shaman in every group, and you wanted an elemental shaman in the caster group, and you wanted a melee shaman in the melee group for those Wind Fury totem procs, and you wanted a boomkin also in the caster group. And
There's a feral druid in the rogue group too, right? For some reason.
yeah, well,
Yes.
you didn't.
Feral
It didn't need to be in the rogue group, but you definitely had a feral druid for the armor down and bleed buffs.
Yeah, and it was. Couldn't they apply them in bear?
Yeah, but
So they could be a tank too.
yeah, my one of the raid groups that I was in had the main tank was a bear druid, and it was like actually really good at the time, which was Lich King.
So, as a side note, it looks like blue team is like way ahead right now.
Blue team.
Yeah, team blue is crushing it. Not even close.
What is?
Wow, actually.
Yeah, but actually.
What the heck?
So Blue Mage is definitely at the top.
mean, I guess yours counts as a half katana, right?
Yeah.
So it's
half.
4.5 votes for blue. It's still pretty
Pretty
high
good,
majority.
Yeah. You're a sir.
Do you own land in Scotland? Is that the thing that's been going around?
Yeah, you can buy a square foot in somewhere and get a title.
Yep.
So, do we assign points just like 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or do you want to wait 1, 2, 3 higher?
Yeah, that's the question. It's like, I think that the first pick ones need to have a higher weight, because a lot of the last pick ones, what you're not expressing I really want to play this class. You're expressing I really don't want to play that class, which doesn't really inform a whole lot.
I mean, but 7 to 1 is still a big difference in weight.
Yes, but 7 to 6 is not a big difference. So it makes differentiating between the highly desirable things more difficult.
You knighted yourself?
More than that, it cuts off all of it.
Oh dear.
What?
Wow. He's the king. He's the.
And an esquire, whatever that means.
Is this because you didn't let him write placeholder?
Oh, wow. The second of his name, King. Okay, well, that reminds me of my group of people in college, our submission for the name of the new mascot when they switched it from the Golden Lancer to the Manatee. We drew a picture of Manatee with a top hat and a monocle holding a teacup and a saucer and named it Alistair the Manatee the Third Esquire.
I respect it.
That would be my favorite mascot ever.
They did not pick it even though it was the one with the most votes, because the whole pay for votes thing was a bullshit scam.
I love manatees.
Admittedly, we paid for all of our votes with pennies, but still counts. They named him Maverick.
They went with the alliteration.
Well, also, like,
At least it's not Manny. That would have been awful.
true. All the artwork though looked like this angry manatee, like he was going to like club you with his flipper, and you're just like, what? And it drew a great number of like Tom Cruise and like Tom Skerritt jokes.
This might take me a second of fiddling. I don't actually do this complicated stuff that often.
So Tam only wants to tank if he can main tank.
Yeah, I like
Right.
that. I like how your
He
main
don't wanna
tank
be-
second
he don't
and
wanna be off
sixth for
tanking.
off tank.
I mean, same.
Okay. I guess you're bored, right? Is the off tank's pretty much boring?
Off tank is just DPS optimization most of the time, right?
Yeah, and not only that, it's DPS optimization on the class that doesn't put out very big numbers.
You're not looking to put out numbers. You're looking to beat everyone else that plays that
You're
class.
trying to get the highest percentile.
You're looking for percentiles. Who the hell cares about 5,000 or 6,000?
Yeah, I could probably boost my numbers by 1 to 2% if I didn't have to do main tank mechanics, but that's fine.
Or you throw out safety shields.
Sounds like a healer's problem to me.
I mean, technically, I throw out safety shields for healer problems.
All right, what's the weights?
You want to do a differential? Like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64?
I think that's too much. Since we have what? Here's what I do: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, or maybe 1, 1, 0, 0. Those are the weights that I would suggest. Because your 7th and 8th pick, not a lot of difference. I'd rather do that or just ones across, the bottom. One of those two.
I would say you might even want to put negatives at the end because people don't want to do that, right? Like it's actually like negative. I mean, it's 0 or negative. It's about the same.
Yeah, so we'll say 1, 1, 0, 0. There you go.
It's too many numbers, but okay.
That's 8. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 0, 0.
Only 7
There's
options.
Only 7.
Oh, 7
We
options.
can weigh favorite colors, I guess.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
don't know what we would do with that information, but we can certainly give it a weight.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 0. That's fine.
Or 1, 0, 0?
All right. I'm gonna get back to making my little Amida Kuji. Unfortunately, we don't have a different icon for main tank, off tank. So I'm just gonna go like classic.
Comfy pictures.
Well,
you should be using the comfy pictures. If you're not, I'm gonna give you this opportunity to fix that.
I'm sorry. You're gonna have to be sad. If you can find me, a package of already labeled ping files for the comfy pictures and send them to me within the next 10 seconds, maybe I'll give you as much as 2 minutes, but.
In the meantime, I think Oli might like some information on your guys' wedding plans if you're coming to the wedding still.
You got no excuse, Carrot.
We have a B&B. If you send me your email address, I can add you to it.
Okay, I think you guys are staying for longer than just the weekend. Is that right?
Yeah, you can also stay however long you want.
Yeah, you don't have to stay the whole time.
You can stay less, but you can't stay more.
Yeah, so, okay, somehow in my brain, I convinced myself that it was in Texas.
Well, we're in Texas, so...
Okay, great. So,
I never...
Okay.
There's
I
a
was
reason
like, I don't
for
know
that.
where I got Texas from. I was just going to blame it on the exams. So, like, I don't know. I'm going to have to sit down and look at flights and see if it's going to be feasible, because it may just be, like, a literal drive-by of, like, hello, I am here for the wedding. Goodbye, I'm going back home because my mice children need me. So.
It is across the country, so it's probably a 6-hour flight.
It's literally across the country from me. I couldn't be further away, I don't think.
What, do you live in Fort Lauderdale?
We're not getting married in Hawaii.
You know what? That's valid.
I went to Hawaii for someone's wedding, but it was largely because it was in Hawaii, and I'm like, when will I have an opportunity to go to Hawaii?
Sure.
Or a valid excuse, especially when someone else is like doing all the logistics of renting a house.
No, I'm like very much on the East Coast. So
Oh, we
Garrett,
might
I'm sorry. There's no dancer in there. There's a blue mage, but there's no dancer. So just pretend.
Well,
it's
see, the
dancer.
thing is, we're doing role actions and not classes.
Hmm.
But I can make it work with classes because I'll just use the 2.0 defaults.
Oh, I can't add more people because it's technically for 6 guests and I have them like added. But I can send you the reservation details.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, where are people flying into? I guess is my question.
These aren't transparent gifts.
Probably LAX or Burbank. Like I can fly to either, it's the same for me. But it might be difficult to fly into Burbank from across the country. And since we have enough people, we might want to take 2 cars. We can have like a LAX car and like a Burbank car.
Who's going to LAX?
The East Coast people? How are you going to fly into Burbank from East Coast?
Oh.
Wait, Burbank?
It's fine. Into Orange County.
I was gonna say, weren't we flying into Orange County?
Or
yeah, that's what I thought we
That
were
is the
doing.
closest one.
right. Or Orange County.
And LA's like
'Cause there's
actually
a-
a nightmare. LAX is a nightmare.
LAX is pretty awful.
There's a
Like,
Yeah, we're supposed to
that
fly
is
into.
hell. That's what hell's gonna be like, sitting in trying to get out of the LAX airport onto the freeway.
In
Like,
an
that's
Uber,
hell.
and you're just like,
Yep, that's no.
I wonder if my phone's gonna run out of battery. I don't know.
Not in an Uber because you won't be able to use your phone because that would be hell. Like you have to drive. Like
Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah.
LAX is
Yeah.
awful. But
don't
Yeah,
go to LAX.
we're flying into SNA John Wayne, I thought.
okay, that's
Yes.
fine. But
Well,
it-
you should be.
you should try to, but East Coast flights there might be difficult, no?
Chicago has flights over to SNA.
I mean, I haven't checked lately, but Tampa did.
Oh yeah. I mean, last year they did. I don't know about this year.
They do because that's what this is taking me through. It's basically taking me from here to Chicago and then Chicago on over.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, let's just all fly into there. We still might want to take 2 cars because we're like 7 people
You don't
now.
want to park into one. You don't want to all pack into one 4-door like little Saturn.
Yeah, for 7 people in a sedan. Yeah, maybe let's not do that.
Sedan seems optimistic. I was thinking like a subcompact.
Yeah, a Yaris.
Oh,
and a
that's
Mini
what
Cooper.
I drive.
Oh, so 7 people in a Mini Cooper, no problem.
Mini Cooper or like a Fiat 500.
Yeah.
Check the results.
Let's
Anybody?
check this
The
math.
thing you posted is not the same sheet.
Huh?
So the thing you posted as main tank above both healers, and then the actual sheet, shield healer is above main tank. Did something change?
I was playing with the weights just to see what it looked
Okay.
like.
So the sheet's the real one, right? Not the thing you posted.
There was only one number that changed, 6th preference, but yeah. I guess technically, yeah. If we're using the numbers that Carrot came up with. Yep.
Shield healer's above main
Main
tank.
tank.
Yeah.
Right?
It is now.
Okay, alright.
If you in the picture, you can see that the only thing different was 6th preference was 0. Because
Oh.
so 6th preference does not seem like a very strong weight to me, but okay. I was like, all right. Technically, that changes it from main tank to being main tank above shield healer to shield healer being above main tank.
Alright, so what do we do with this information?
Is this going to be used for determining the next pick Or are we using this information for the current next pick?
I think it should be because this is probably what we should have done from the get-go, right?
What was that?
This should probably be what we use right now because this is what we would have wanted to use in the first place, right?
Well, I think if we wanted to go, or I think we should use these for the next one, for the weights for the next one, and then we should use the weights for the one that we had for this tier for our current pick right now.
I would agree with him, I think.
Because this is what we wanted for the next tier. So the next tier, the people who basically were down on the hold on, let me think this through. I need to actually form a coherent sentence.
I mean, I think we just like
the original preferences were the preferences for the tier we're currently in, and we were only going off of how that was already generated data to do what we did like an hour ago. But this is what we just put together as our preference as of here and now. This thing with the bar graph here, and this would be our preferences for the upcoming tier for what we would prefer to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. Since the with new classes, some things change. Like Shield Healer might not be as high as it was if it weren't for Sage. So, like, I don't mind taking this survey once every 3 months, especially if we don't have to debate the rules every time.
But I mean, if the order changes every time, then what if someone actually purposefully chooses off tank so that they can pick the next time? Like, I'll suffer for one tier so I can go first next time.
Well,
But then the order
that's called
changes
being,
around.
it's called being tribute, right?
Right, but then the order changes around, so then you're not all of a sudden first.
Well, this was also like Solenta was saying, don't try to game the system, please.
I think there would also have to be some like earth-shattering event for off-tanking to suddenly become desirable.
Sure, but that's what. But I don't think that's gaming the system. I think that's like choosing to do what you guys have done in the past, take a hit for the team so that you can maybe get what you want the next time. It's not really gaming it. Gaming it would be lying on the survey.
That would be offering to be tribute. And I think that we can still do that if everyone agrees that that's fine. Say, like, I will push myself to last pick for this time to move up the list for the next time.
Well, here's the thing, though. Why does retaking the survey suddenly change the order next time?
Because it might change the preference order.
Well, no. The results of this survey should only determine the preference, should only determine the order for the next coming up pick.
Okay.
The next survey should only determine the order for the pick after that.
After that.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Like what
after playing melee for a tier, you're like, I don't like this anymore.
Yeah, so we
Okay.
use this one to determine the priority. That's the priority for 6.0 through 6.1 or whatever, okay? The
6.2.
The first tier, 6.0 to 6.1. Through 6.1, through all of 6.1. 6.0 and 6.1.
Okay.
The first
matter.
4 grades,
Wait,
okay?
which one?
Stop.
Who's on first placeholder?
I don't know.
But yeah, so this determines the priority for this time, and the order that they are picked in this time determines the pick order list that will take place in preparation for 6.2. And we'll do this survey again in preference for 6.2, but that will determine the pick list in preparation for 6.4. it won't determine the pick list for 6.2. This survey will determine the prep list for 6.2.
Okay.
Because like you said, right now you could end up with a less desirable thing, but if it's more desirable at the end of 6.1 going to 6.2, you get screwed. And so therefore that shouldn't be a possible outcome.
All right. No, that's not right. Not camera. Share my screen. There you go. We're gonna share Photoshop. You can go up to 15 FPS. There we go. Can everyone see this? We're gonna go to
Cool.
list randomizer. All right.
So this is what we could have had if there weren't so many cowards in this group.
Yeah, basically.
Wait, what?
I say, well, Tam's not a coward. He voted with you.
Yeah, no, Tam, you're good. You're good.
No. I meant like, where's the result?
Streaming in Discord.
Oh,
There's no result yet.
Yeah, no, we have to make a performance out of this. All right. So
Well, we can only see Photoshop.
yes, you can only see Photoshop. Let me change my thing here to let me pull this window out. All right, there we go. Let me shrink this down to size. All right, so here we go. Going to change windows to random.org. All right, everyone can see the random.org. All right, so I'm going to randomize. This is going to be pick order. All right, so here we have our pick order. And then we're going to do another, oops. And this is going to be main tank, off tank, hot healer, shield,
Spicy.
healer,
ooh, hot healers. I love me a hot healer.
melee, ranged, caster, wild card. All right. All right, so this is what we're going to use to determine the order that they show up in the bottom. Oh, wait, no. You're not supposed to see that yet. Never
Can I
mind
see
that.
your
All
IP address and do stuff with it?
right. If you really want. All right, so you saw that I correctly randomized these things. There's no fraud going on here. I'm going to switch my screen back to Photoshop. All right. All right, everyone can see Photoshop now? All right. Ollie, pick a number from 1 to 8. You get
I
to determine.
assume you're going to re-randomize the class order since we saw that.
Yeah, we're gonna. It is being re-randomized.
Okay, great. 3.
All right, so Ollie is here. All right, Tam. Tam.
Hold on.
How much thought do you need to put into a random choice?
He's got to find his D8s, man.
What the
I have a whole bowl of them out in the other room. Let's do 3.
You pick. Literally anything but 3.
You had one job, Tam.
To listen to the first pick, yes.
Woo lad.
Let's go with number 7 then.
All right, 7. All right. Next on the list, Carrot. All right, I guess I'll take 8. Why not? We'll just stick up to the edge. What's the worst that can happen? All right, placeholder.
Give me that number 1.
All right. Midori.
4.
All right. Tylee.
2.
All right. Solenta.
5.
And Kanata gets 6. All right, and now we're gonna switch back to random org. So that you can trust the veracity of my my claims here, and we're just gonna re-randomize this. Bloop. Okay, so it's gonna be the hot healer is in the first slot. Oh. White mage icon. Then ranged. Then melee. Then off tank. Then main tank. Then caster. And then wild card. And then field healer. Okay, switch back to Photoshop here. Okay. So now the big reveal. Oh, what happened to Kanata? There you go. Big reveal time.
Big money's no whammies.
All right, here we go. We're gonna make a new layer here. We get to pick your favorite color, Pithos.
Blue.
God damn it.
Team blue all the way.
All right. That's a little too big.
So how does this work? Will you turn every time you hit a corner or something?
Yeah. You just every time you can switch rungs, you do it. All right.
Oh, we in there. Let's go.
Wait,
no!
Shield healer. All right. Next up, Tylee, favorite color. It's not blue.
We'll just say red because I feel like color matching what I put in the sheet will be too hard.
All right. Melee.
Must be nice.
All right, Ole, favorite color.
I'm saying you don't have to worry about benediction.
Green.
A bluish green or a yellowish green?
Bluish green.
All right, we're gonna go like here. Doop. Wild card. Some DPS. All right. Next we have Midori. I already know you like this tealish color. We're gonna go like is this good? Is this a good teal? Oh, good enough.
That's very nice.
Off tank. All right. Next is Solenta. I'm gonna give you a royal-ish blue.
I want puke green.
Puke green. All right. There we go.
That's so nice.
Ranged. All right, Kanata. Nope, you're getting this color then. If you're gonna be a pain in the ass, you get this color.
Like brown. Okay.
Dit, 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 dit. Bloop. Hot healer. All right, Tam. Pick a color.
Let's go with pink.
You fucker! You fucker!
That's rude.
Wow.
That's extra rude.
Dude,
Oh,
give him fuchsia,
no.
the fake pink.
Them's
Hot,
the rules.
hot pink. How about that? Hot pink.
No, you got my favorite color.
You got a pastel out of it too. Must be nice.
I was just going with the color of my hair.
Notice he's not giving you the sound effects that he gave the rest of us.
All right, you have to play caster, and then me. All right, well, I guess I'll just be brown. I hate brown. It's my least favorite color.
Be orange like a carrot.
Fine. Really, brown.
I mean,
is
there's
nothing.
only one option left.
Brown is really just a dark orange anyway. Mm. Mm. Mm.
You know, all said and done, this actually didn't
Maintain.
turn out that bad, and it was a hell of a lot more fun.
Well, now we have. That's the first part. Now we get to do. We get to go back to random.org. I'm gonna go back.
But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more.
Uh,
The misery is not done yet.
Multiple levels of randomness.
Can we like throw a little bit of a wild card in there where like someone's preference gets like 2 slots?
No.
Random section.
No. All right. So first we have. Well, we're gonna go by this the order of the roles here and not the people. This is Kanata. So we have Astrologian, White Mage. What is it gonna be? What's it gonna be? It's White Mage. Aren't you lucky? All right. And so I'm just gonna write. Oh yeah, I can actually replace these with the actual class icons. All right. So next is Bard, or Dancer, or Machinist. Boop. Bard. Let me go grab the Bard class icon really quick.
Should the wild card be done last?
Yes, the wild card I'll do it last. Just
Does
for
the wild card get to pick, or is it?
No, it's any DPS. So
Random DPS.
Suddenly, the best DPS slot becomes the scariest.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
DPS slot.
wild card is objectively
All
the
right.
worst one to get.
So we have Samurai, Dragoon, Monk, Ninja, or Reaper.
Just to clarify, our preferences as we voted on this time are supposed to influence our next time, right?
So the preferences that we just did are for the next pick. So
Right. Okay.
Dragoon. Lucky it wasn't Reaper because I don't have an icon for that.
So I did post something, by the way, which I think is what it would look like depending on whether or not we grouped the healers and tanks together or not, or whatever.
All right. Next is tanks. We get to do both of these at the same time because any tank can play any role. So we have Paladin, Warrior,
They aren't changing that?
Knight. Nope, there's no main tank off tank variants on the tanks. It's just tanks are tanks.
No, I thought they were doing that coming up. Oh, whatever.
I have heard nothing of the sort. And Gunbreaker. So, first one is Warrior. And then the main tank is Paladin. Wow. What a boring random org you are. Way to be so, how should I put it, vanilla. Alright, casters. So we have Black Mage, Red Mage, Summoner. There are no more casters, right? I'm not mistaking that. Alright. Red Mage.
Oh yeah.
Hey, at least we get reses, right?
Res
In this
Mage.
hypothetical world.
Yeah.
But But will there be re-raise?
Scholar, Sage.
Give me that sage. One time, dealer.
Wow, so boring. All right, here we go. All right, so we have. Let me just open up my class list here. All right, so we
Dragoon
have
for melee. No one gets
Monk,
to play any of this stuff.
Dragoon,
The
Don't even need the
2.0.
expansions.
Ninja, Samurai, Bard, Machinist, Dancer, Black Mage, Red Summoner, Red Mage, Reaper.
We're only going to get 2.0 classes.
Here we go.
Incoming monk.
Summoner. It is all 2.0 classes. What the hell?
Yeah,
This
we got
is
red mage though.
I
Red
thought I
mage.
heard a red mage.
yeah.
Red,
Okay,
red
there's
mage
a
is
red
3
mage.
point,
All right, all
or
right.
4.0.
And let me switch back. Here we go. Switching screens to Photoshop. And here you go. These would be the classes that we would be forced to play. I would be forced. Fucking Paladin! Again! Ah! Tam would be forced to play Red Mage.
Yep.
Kanata would be forced to play White Mage. Solenta would be forced to play Bard. Midori would be forced to play Warrior. Off tank. Off tank Warrior.
I don't even know what those buttons do.
Well, it's pretty easy. Oli would be forced to play Summoner. Not bad. Tyleet would be forced to play Dragoon, which I think he did for a while.
Mhm.
Placeholder would be forced to play Scholar.
I'm gonna throw up.
There you go. This is the world that could have been.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards the other setup, if only because Carrot deserves a tier in which he does not have to tank.
Did not have to play Paladin.
I stand by my vote of chaos only because sometimes RNG doesn't smile upon you.
Because
And you get
sometimes they're a
stuck playing
monster.
Scholar. That doesn't mean it's a bad system.
I feel like you're just going to treat it like Black Mage, only instead of like throwing fire at things, you're going to broil them like fish.
I mean, that's what I did with White Mage pretty much. Size is a DPS spell, and then it just glares. Or Dia, I guess, right? Is that what I did? Oh, that was the dot.
Oh, Dia. I mean, that's very important because it's one of the only spells you can weave. Only DPS spells.
Well, where do we stand? Is everything figured out for the next tier at this point?
Oh yeah, so let's look at the thing that Solenta posted.
I'm just always last. Seems about right. All is as it should be.
Well, it doesn't actually change a whole lot.
It shifts the top around a bit, right?
Yeah, actually.
We should decide which one it is.
Well, the first and third groups are exactly the same in result, if not the math.
Yeah, I mean, basically the only difference is that, like, this is exactly what we thought it was before, right? In most ways. Because it's not surprising that within each role, main tank and off tank, that people would pick in particular orders. So it doesn't. It's unlikely to really change much, but.
Well, Tam, what tank are you going on?
Warrior.
Going to go on Dark Knight. Just so the healer composition with no white mages has to figure out how to heal me up.
Oh my! Why? Why?
Wait, how's there a healer comp with no white mages?
Because it's gonna be what?
Astro Sage.
Sage Astro.
Oh, but you get double essential dignity. That's enough, isn't it?
And no.
No.
Who knows what Sage has?
It
Double
takes
essential dignity from one is
Essential
enough.
dignity scales its potency based upon how much health a person has.
yes, but the max scaling is 1100 potency.
It's not enough to top you off. Like, there is nothing, like, if you do not have a white mage, somebody is going to be doing at least one GCD heal, if not two, plus an OGCD to top off.
Essential lustrate.
You
Well,
wouldn't want to blow
or-
two essentials. What you would do is, if you had an Astro, you would Sinistry, and then you would do an essential and a benefic 2, and hope that's enough.
It's not. Tanks have about 160? 170? No,
Oh,
about 200.
well, remember, there's a stat crunch coming.
It still
That
probably
doesn't
won't
gonna
be
matter.
enough. You
It's
cannot.
like the relative health is not going to change.
Yeah, so
Like the amount of heals you have to spend to heal someone to full is not going to change in the stat crunch.
yeah. How much HP do tanks have? Like 200?
212 with food.
Yeah, so it takes
You would probably
4,000 potency to heal a tank to full.
I don't know the how
Yeah, the
Sinistry affects that, but
answers.
Well, Sinistry does not affect essential dignity.
no, but it affects benefic. Like, you could use an essential dignity for that initial like jump up from 1 so you get the full potency.
I even think that if you cast a benefic and you spam essential dignity, you can get this essential dignity to snapshot the
You
low
can.
HP.
You can.
That's still not. It takes, like, say Lustrate, for example, right? It takes 7. It takes 7 Lustrates to get someone to full. You don't have 7 stacks. You literally cannot heal someone from 0 to full by yourself. Unless you do something really dumb, which is called dissipation. Or you
Yeah.
heal them while they're, like, taking hits, right? You do have 4 GCDs. You do have emergency tactic, crit, adloc, which is about 1,000 potency. But then,
Anyway.
yeah, it's just not possible. You just can't.
Anyway, Oli, if it affects your decision any, which it doesn't need to, I find Gunbreaker the least bad of the tanks. Although Paladin is pretty comfy if you can manage to get gear that doesn't have skill speed on it.
Yeah.
And
I
who
know.
knows, maybe they'll fix that. Maybe they'll make it. Maybe Paladin will get a trait that says skill speed affects your spells.
I don't know. I mean, I've got time to decide.
This was sort of spitballing this. I think it's likely that that probably won't change. Do we want to? When do we want to finalize it? How much time do we think people need?
I suppose we could finalize it when they release the like video with all the class skills.
That'll be like a couple of weeks before it actually drops, right?
It was like a month and a half-ish.
Yeah.
2 months on, I think, with Stormblood, because Stormblood released in what, July? And we got the media tour. This is what the abilities do, minus what little balance changes they make are in May. I want to
Yeah,
say.
so that's going to happen when they'll have the closed beta, and then they'll invite all of the like streamers and YouTubes and personalities to play the closed beta under NDA and record all the video that they need, so that when the NDA is lifted, they will all dump that information, and that's usually when we'll get this at the same time that we get the dump of this is what the new class changes look like. So they'll know what the class changes are before it's announced, but as soon as it goes off NDA, they will also have the public announcements.
it is far past my bedtime, so I'm gonna get going.
Same.
And we're heading to tea tomorrow, or are we gonna try and figure out that stuff too beforehand?
I would like to continue to raid Savage, but not Savage. Ultimate. I would like to continue to raid T on our raid nights for now, but the two open questions for everyone that we need to talk about next are basically, should we shift separate nights for doing ultimate content so that we don't have to stop doing ultimate content when Savage tiers drop? And also, should we change up the comps to something that is more performance based, right? Particularly when we start hitting the DPS checks, you know, it's like we can clear Savage with pretty much anything, but the ultimates we will never clear if we don't bring our absolute best composition. So those are the outstanding questions, and I guess we can think about that and talk about it some tomorrow. But I don't think that we should. Personally, I don't think that we should not run T. Talk about that instead.
Fair enough. I'll see you all tomorrow.
See y'all.
Take care.
Night, everyone.
Alrighty.
So, I heard you wanted to run leveling.
I still have jobs left to level.
I should probably level that Astro before, like, November.
What level are you? 70? Oh god, do I want to play Bard? I at least managed to actually put buttons on my hotbars. I guess this is fine.
Oh yeah, I also need to put buttons on my hotbar. Solenta, Tyler, you wanna come?
I got log. Let me log back in.
Go on Dark
Yeah, we
Knight.
better hurry because we only have
Half
Uh,
hour.
half hour before.
You're
making-
going on Dark Knight or me going Dark Knight?
Dark Knight, you can go on Dark Knight. I still need to level it, so
You can both go Dark Knight. Doesn't
Um,
add that much time.
I mean, we're doing leveling, so if you're not max level, then I mean, if all of your classes are 80, then you should still probably bring a DPS class, just to make it go faster.
not leveling Dark Knight.
What?
Or are you? Tylee?
My Dark Knight is 80.
Okay. So
I mean, I would hope so, considering that's what he brings to raid every night.
Right.
That would be slightly awkward.
No, but I've been dragging it along at level 70. Okay, you're going Dark Knight. Do I have a whatever. Paladin's fine.
So I don't necessarily have all the skills on my bar, but I have enough of them on my bar.
I guess that's why it's a good thing I have Clemency.
Yes. I probably would. Which one is that? Oh wait, it's so much easier. Not if you're not doing
Uh,
Clemency heals for more than my benefit too. That's...
yeah, but it also costs like 20% of your MP. $2,000 MP.
The heals are only 700 mana for the AoE and 900 for the good one? Like, what?
There's an action to play a card, and then there's an action to play the other version of the card. Those are two buttons that need to go on your hotbar. One to draw, one to redraw, one to sleeve draw, one to play the version that gives you a buff, and one to play the version that does not give you a buff.
That sounds awful.
It's 5 buttons. You play a fucking Scholar! Do you know how many buttons Scholar is? Yes, you just counted!
Only 32.
Yeah, Astro has fewer buttons.
Oh, okay.
Just, there are no pet actions. And, you know, all the card buttons are just those 5 buttons for all of cards. Oh, actually, I guess there's a 6th button, which is the AoE damage buff skill. But here's my real question. Where's Rathalos? I'm dead. Well, back to mobile games. Oh, there's an extra indicator.
There isn't on this one.
No, there is. Let's see. You know, I still have never played a dungeon on this class that I get to use sword dance with. Are you high enough level for sleeve draw?
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think sleeve draw is
7.
70.
I was, in my mind, I was like, I am level 70. Wait, for the dungeon is now level 70. Oh, gravity is only a second and a half?
All your spells are a second and a half. So that you have extra time to do cards in between all of your casts.
Well, benefit to 2 seconds. Aspect of 2 But Malefic is a second and a half.
Yeah.
Wow. Huh. What is Celestial Opposition?
Previously that was the stun, but now it does something else. Might just be a size or something, I don't know. No, can't be a size. That's your heavenly star, earthly star. We're so good at raid mechanics. We're ready. Ready
Did
for
we
ultimate.
pass the test? I think we passed.
Attack 9999. I feel so attacked. Hey, you found the bubble button. I sure hope they don't fuck up Summoner. Wah.
Just gonna take away more of your dots.
You know, the dots are my least favorite part of that class. No, wait, that's not true. Pet action lag is my least favorite part of the class. The dots I don't particularly care about either way. It's just a thing that you can min-max in some very select fights. If no one is rolling on this stuff, then stop opening chests.
Why did I roll on this?
I don't know, but get got. Interesting choice.
Fucking lucky. I've played for the fucking 5 years.
Coming through again. So much levels.
Aw, it left me at like 99.8%.
Says go do a fate.
That was a long conversation.
It's longer than I thought it would be. Is there any other leveling roulette type stuff that you wanted to do?
No, I'm gonna go.
You don't want
Right.
to do trial?
What I'm hearing is MSQ roulette at 15 minutes until the maintenance.
I mean, if you get Cape Westwind.
Cape Western is trials roulette.
Well, never mind then.
Mm-mm.